We should be back again, everyone. I don't know why Streamlabs hates me this morning. It just does. Second time's the charm. Let's hope so. We don't usually get more than a couple of crashes. No, I think it's Streamlabs. I don't think it's Twitch. I definitely think these ones right at the beginning. Yes. Well, oil is going to be a very interesting part of this playthrough, because we can't really use the oil wells, because oil wells are going to require deep interaction. And one of the things that we want to do here is that we want to leave every planet with nothing that requires deep interaction. So, I mean, I'm not sure how this will go. I just thought of it as a thing that I was interested in doing. I thought about the bits that I really enjoy about the DLC. Is that why you don't use oil at all in your current playthrough? Then, Emily, you are going to be able to help me quite a lot with the ideas. That we want to do a whole bunch of no dupe interaction stuff. And one of the things I really enjoyed was I really enjoyed the small maps for coring stuff out and, you know, setting up a nice clean planet that you could sweep clean. And we can put some structures. We can use some geothermal maybe. We've got the you want somebody to be called Lead Chip Eater Pants. I mean, I guess that's fine. We can set up geothermal, we can do things like that. But yes, that's the goal. Neo wants to be one of the starters. Fair enough, Neo. Oh, you want Lead Chips Eater? You want to be the temporal tear, Nematrek. I don't know if I can name the temporal tear. You did a little bit for some petroleum for liquid locks and some initial plastic, but barely worth mentioning. One chip is not really filling. Fair enough. So, there we go. Let's have a go at this. Now, I've got the duplicate manager on to begin with. I'll do the same as I often do, where I have the duplicate settings manager on for the initial duplicates, but then we won't use it in the playthrough. And one of the reasons I want it on for the initial duplicates is because we're not gonna be able to have too many duplicates. Bearing in mind, I wish to pack them all into rockets and fire them to the next place every time. I mean, that's not going to go super well if can we get better? Lovely, that'll do. These will do. If we don't have plenty of skills. Hello, Joni Benoni. Would you also like to be a duplicate? KJ, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Pants Are Overrated. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Right then. Pants. We are going to have... I think we're going to leave this one to be science. Let's sort these out to be what they're going to be, and then you can pick one. If not, the critter naming mod, I'd have to download it from GitHub and do all that stuff. And as I have repeatedly said, I am the least techie person ever to be a streamer. So I haven't managed to do that. We can, however, name the planetoids. I have found a mod that allows me to name the planetoids, so we might do that. So what I want is digging, building, and operating. And we're going to start with two like diggers, but they're going to be dig build operators. Emilia, I think you are You are number 4 in the list. Because we've got Pants, Neo, and Joni Benoni all generating a thing. So you might have to wait for the next one we choose. Right, let's sort this out. Never mind. Do you want me to let me refund your points, and then if you see one that you want to be later on, you can use them again. That seems reasonable. Let me refund Amelia's points. There you are. So you should have had your points back for that one. And you can choose another one later on if you would like to. So you're also going to be a... Where's digging? Why can't... Oh, because I've got digging. I see. That's why I can't see it. Nuts. Digging... Operating. Right, can I find building this time? If I didn't mistype like 5 times, I would have noticed. Plant murderer. Now we'll change these. They're not having these. Interior decorator. No. You're gonna be... I think we're gonna have one... Oh, actually, let's just apply these for a second. Right, Ren is going to get mole hands and Nails is going to get operating. You can actually keep plant murderer, I don't really care about that. I still think assigning them the skills is a bit cheaty, so we're not doing that. Mole hands, plant murderer, yeah, the rest of that's fine. So Ren's going to look like that. Nails is certainly not going to be nyctophobic. No. Gastrophobic? Yes, you can be gastrophobic. And you're going to be a grease monkey. Pants one. You're not having slow learner. It's so terrible, Pants. Grease monkey. There you go. So that's these two all set up, ready to go. Oh, whatever. You'll learn to dig, Nails. You'll be fine. And Travaldo here is gonna be a researcher with, I think, some cooking and farming. Just because I want to be, hang on, what order are your things in? Yeah, cooking, farming. Just because I want to be covered for some of the basic... I thought you wanted to be the temporal tear, Nematrek. Absolutely, it's not that cheaty. And indeed, what I do when I'm not here with a nyctophobic temporal tear, what I do when I'm not here with you guys is I just tend to roll for ages to get what I want. But that's quite boring to watch, largely. Where is it? I want quick learner on my scientist. Thank you. There it is. Building impaired. No. Critter aversion? Sure. You can be critter averse. Okay. Pants. You get to pick first. Because you submitted your points first. Who would you like to be? Give me 1 second. You'd like to be Ren. And what was it? I have to scroll back up now to find it. Lead chips eater. Alright then. Lead chips eater. Who knows, but there you go. Neo, you were next. Would you like Nails or Travaldo? Here's more aerodynamic. Travaldo, please. Lovely. Here's Travaldo. It's going to be Neo, and that leaves nails for Joni Benoni. There you go, Joni Benoni. Thank you for using your points to have a duplicate. And this is going to be temporary home. Off we go then. Here we are. Give me one second. So this is going to be a fairly standard start. For quite a while, nothing very exciting is going to happen. Or at least nothing very unusual. Hopefully nothing very exciting, because if exciting things are happening, it probably means I've messed something up. Now then, I see we've got water directly under us in both directions. That's not super helpful. Got a big patch of chlorine over there. Slime this way. Any exposed magma biomes nearby? There shouldn't be. We've got caustic. Looks like we've got caustic here as well. Maybe also down here. Then we've got slime. This is quite small, noticeably. So I think we're going to want to use this water pocket. How long until there is yellow stuff in the water? What do you reckon the over-under on that is? You lot, right. Let's do a little bit of digging. You mean flavor packet. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be lovely. Let's cancel that. So we're going to put some ladders here. Obviously it's not going to be perfect to begin with, but we'll put some toilets in here. I think there is a feature in the code. The dupes are aiming. I mean, I definitely wouldn't be surprised by that news, to be honest. And we'll get them to dig down here as well, where they can, we'll set up a pitcher pump. You have a good technique to deal with it. What's your technique to deal with it? I just never look at the germs tab. Well, that I suppose is one way to deal with it. You what names? You've decided to drop all of that down there. Let's see, it's going to be like that today, is it? Yeah, I know. Apparently the duplicants are already trying to make as much trouble as they possibly can. You duplicants. Just build a ladder. Damn you. So yeah. I have no real idea how this will go. They're duplicants, it's in the description. But, sort of, with the stuff that we did, in the last playthrough, I sort of thought it would be really interesting to just sort of take all of our duplicants with us all the time. And rather than having separate bases, just sort of port them round the universe. Now, I suppose we could come back to places. My thought was that obviously we'll be leaving rocket platforms everywhere, which would mean that we could come back to various places we have left. But yes, it's a sort of nomadic thing. So we'd need a good reason to come back. They can, once they've left somewhere, we can fly back to pick stuff up from that planet and things like that. But we can't leave anyone there. So anything we produce on it would have to be produced entirely through automation. Neo, I have this very strong feeling that the duplicants are trying to drown you. And I'd really rather that didn't happen. So yes, this is going to be our idea. Who knows how well it'll work out, but I thought it was worth a try. Have I made this 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I haven't. It just looks bigger than I'd expect. I'd like some sinks. Where are the sinks? Here they are. 1, 2. And some outhouses. Thank you. Fresh water pool at the bottom of the ladder is always a good idea. I mean, I'm hoping to use this fresh water up and then, you know, not worry about it, to be honest. Have we not managed to dig up any... Hello there, Ralph-Ren. I am doing very well, thank you. We're starting a new ONI playthrough. We could do with some doors, duplicants. Well, let's do some beds first. Where are we going to put some beds? We could put them up here, maybe. Should we go up? Yeah, why not? Right, 7s for these, and also do not disinfect the toilets. It's a waste of time. How are you doing, Ralph-Ren? I hope it is well. Have you ever subbed to someone just for their emotes? I have not. Though certainly I am always impressed by other people's emotes that I see when people are using them in chats. Well rested from the weekend. I am glad. I fell over in the road on the weekend, so that was nice. Because of course I did. I have lurked in people's chat to get gifted emotes. That seems reasonable. I've certainly been gifted subs to people's channels and been quite disappointed when the gift ended, because then I can't use the cool emotes anymore. Alright, let's build you some beds. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. So, will you travel to new destinations directly with the complete colony, or sending a landing crew to prepare things? I think I'd like to take the whole colony. I mean, that might be overly optimistic, but it's certainly a thing I would like to do. Right, let's do some schedules before they start going to bed. Yeah, it might be a little bit overly optimistic, but that I certainly would like to be able to just pack up and leave. I think I might be playing ONI wrong. I have the same death rate as a RimWorld. Weren't you doing the, like, the dupe challenge where you take a dupe every cycle, because that can be, I would say you definitely have to tailor your game for that. What do we got? You're both, Neo's the scientist, aren't they? So we'll put the scientist in the middle. And there we go. Lovely. We'll make a schedule for whoever we choose next. So yeah, I'm thinking we wouldn't have more than probably about 12 duplicants. Maybe even less. We might keep to like 8 even. So that it's easier for us to take everybody with us. Right, you lot. Have you found any metal? You haven't, right. In which case, the next thing we're going to do is come over here and dig some of this up. What's this? This, I thought I set it to auto accept everything. Let's put that up to a 6 as well, and let's do them some priorities. So, Lead Chips Eater and Joni Benoni are both building diggers. They are also going to become operators at some point. But we might have to wait a little bit. Neo, you are the cook, so don't do that so high. I mean, you're also our farmer, so we want you to do that as well. I think actually we'll put the researching down a little bit for Neo, because we want to make sure that Neo does the other stuff as well. Hello, Perfect Potato. Welcome in. Let's see how this goes. Right, so now we should be able to put some doors on these. So we'll get them to do that. Let's dig up this muck root. How big is this room? Oh, we can't see yet. Yeah, that's going to be fine. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to start thinking about where we'd like to place the science. Oh, I've got this mod, so we can see where they run about. Oh, right, okay, so it doesn't matter which side I put that on today, because I haven't left enough thing. So we're going to put a research station there. We're going to deconstruct this. What is that mod? This mod is a traffic overlay. So it shows where your duplicates are wandering about. Which I quite like. I think it's quite interesting. It definitely will be quite useful when we have larger... Oh, actually, hang on. You don't need to deconstruct that, actually. We can leave that for now. When you have a bit of a larger colony. No, I found it quite buried, but it seems quite a cool mod. You know, when you spend too long looking at the workshop. I am playing with Spaced Out DLC, Perfect Potato. This is a... oh, hello. Got some natural gas over here. This is a DLC Terra cluster that we've started on here today. Right. We would like to... Let's make some power. Oh, we could also do with making a little bit of oxygen as well, couldn't we? Yes, we'll put some oxygen in here. Put some floors over here, and do don't want to leave all those plants up there. I suppose we might do. Yes, we might do. So let's make a slightly small thing. This will be a dining room. What are you doing, Lead Chips Eater? Oh, socialising. Fair enough. How does the star map work? Oh, I forgot that you could look at it. We have 3 things within looking at range, which might be nice. I assume probably only one of them is a planet. If there were 2, that would be great. But yeah, that's what we see so far. I'm still not used to the DLC thing where you can actually just look at the star map straight away. What geysers do we have? Oh, see, I'm not used to this either. Oh, nuts. We're short of water again, everyone. These are rubbish. So we've got natural gas this time. Cool steam, cool slush, cool salt slush. So that's the water sources we had in the last one, essentially. Minor volcanoes, yes, we know about those. Hot polluted oxygen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen vent. None of that is very exciting. But we do have some natural gas, which is maybe slightly more exciting than last time. Waterworld was the seed, I guess. Maybe. So yeah. So once again, we only have sort of the half water sources. But we managed to have them be sufficient in the last one, so hopefully we can do that again. We're on Terra this time, so we can actually have reed fibre. There'll be a bunch of ways we can make it. They don't have water, then let them drink beer. They do have some water. Just maybe not as much as I would like. Terra, where all the terrorists come from. Cool steam slash salt slush seems pretty standard on the Terra Star. I have those 2. It's definitely the same as we had in the last one, almost Emily. So, no, but we played on the, we played on Swamp. So that was the same as we had on Swamp. I think last time we played Terra, we had might have been a polluted water vent. We had one of the full output water geysers, though I forget now which one. What am I looking for? Oh, we haven't done the research, have we? Trying to build mess tables, but I haven't actually researched mess tables, which is why we're not succeeding to do that. Getting ahead of myself. Yeah, we haven't got a massive starting biome. Oh, there's some more water over here, though. Not entirely sure what we're going to do with that. Fairly sure the 2 cool slush and steam vent or 2 are guaranteed. Fair enough. So then it's just if you happen to get fortunate with getting another water geyser. But yeah, we managed with those on the last one, so I think we'll be okay. Good, so... Oh, I know what. One of the reasons I wanted to start this is because I want to actually provide my duplicants with oxygen. So let's do that. Let's provide people with some oxygen. And then I think apart from that, it's just going to be quite a lot of digging. Since we've got water mostly down here, we're going to dig up and have a little investigate. 3 cool steam, 1 water geyser, 1 cool slush, and a salt geyser so far. Are you playing on the small maps, on the DLC clusters, or the classic? Oxygen, nah, don't spoil them, I know. Oh, on classic, fair enough, yes. I thought about doing classic, but actually I was quite taken with the ability to core out the world. That was one of the things that made me want to do this kind of nomadic playthrough, is the fact that in the DLC you really can like harness the entire world. You got 2 additional polluted water geysers on a spaced out Terra start once, in addition to the 3 guaranteed water sources. That's not too bad. I definitely think that when we did the first spaced out Terra, we got a polluted water as well. Classic start with spaced out enabled is pretty OP. I think it's definitely easier than the vanilla. Like, your first world is definitely easier than the vanilla game. But I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? So, a thing I was thinking about is, because I'm gonna ideally want to pack everything that we ever dig up into rockets in the end, one of the things we're gonna want to do is make sure that we constantly have our... Oh, let's turn that off. Our drop-offs for all the stuff moving up and up the map. Because in the end I'm going to want to put everything on a rocket. Right, let's put this up to a 6 so that their beds are not broken. Alright, so we can start doing some food if we choose. We're probably going to wait until we get the next one along before we do that. It is pretty easy, but I like that. Absolutely, Pants. I think, and I'm fairly certain Emily would agree with me that, you know, it's your game, you play it how you like. The challenges can be what you want them to be. Oh, I thought I'd actually continued this ladder down here so that they could fetch some of this stuff. Let's do that. So that they can fetch some of the stuff they keep throwing down here. They will get a little bit wet, but I'm sure they can cope. Yeah, always advocating setting your own rules. Absolutely. Duplicate temperature. I know. They'll be fine. Neo, you haven't learnt about mess tables yet, have you? My challenge on ONI is getting past early game. I mean, I think it's a pretty big challenge on ONI, to be fair, Alpharan, I would say. I would say there's a pretty massive gap between being able to start the game and being able to transfer into mid-game. Yeah, once you get there and you start to learn the ways you do it, it does on the whole become a lot easier. But it certainly takes quite a while to get the hang of, you know, transitioning into piped oxygen and box bases or dealing with heat in other ways if you don't want to go to the box base way. I wonder if we'd like to. I think we might like to try and get up to 8 duplicants quite quickly. Yeah, the learning curve is pretty steep at first, and then it's almost a breeze and you're looking for challenges. Yes, rushing can produce a lot of problems. I mean, I think Pants is finding out now that when you add things like having to take a dupe every time, suddenly even what was fairly straightforward starts to become considerably more awkward. I really enjoyed when we did the 100 dupe challenge and that, but I would definitely say that having to constantly expand to be ready for the next dupe every 3 cycles was definitely the thing that was the most difficult. You know, the sheer numbers weren't really very difficult. It was just the speed at which you had to go. Hides those heaps of dead colonies, nothing to see there. Oh, I think we've all got heaps of dead colonies lying about the place. I also have heaps of colonies where I get to like cycle 50 or 100 and I'm like, this is not perfect enough. Let's try again. But yeah, I think we might on this one try and spin up the dupes quite quickly, because if we're going to keep a low dupe count throughout, the quicker we get to a very skilled workforce, the quicker we'll be able to do anything. Obviously it'll depend what we get out of the pod as ever, but as a preference, I think we'll try and do that. There's an awful lot of caustic here, which is going to be a bit of a pain. I wonder where this goes. More caustic. And water. Okay. Yeah, that's true. They're not actually dead. They're just abandoned to do better. Yeah. Yeah, I find that it's sort of rare to actually be like, oh no, this colony has died in some way. But, abandoned to do better is definitely a thing that happens all the time. Oh, I see nobody's running on the wheel. Let's add... I'm going to put these down a bit because I'd also like them to do the operating. So one of them should go and run on the wheel now. Well done, Joni Benoni. So what I was thinking, I don't know if I will do it, but it was something I was thinking about, was that we might treat Planet 1 and 2 slightly differently because of the teleporter. So I think what we might do is allow journeys back and forth through the teleporter. So we won't really set up a perma-base, but we can have, you know, away teams on asteroid 2 for a little bit because of the teleporter. I don't know how people feel about that. I mean, I've just literally made this challenge up out of thin air, so, you know, who knows how we all feel about it. But that was a thought I was having. The DLC feels much better to me. In the old vanilla, the gameplay was done for me after a hydrogen rocket or two. Now, getting niobium and visco gel are making late game challenges too. Do we want either of these? Suit wearing, ranching, doctoring. Or farming and building. I mean, we don't want a farmer who's also a plant murderer. So the question is, how do we feel about Ruby? Ranching is going to be an interesting one. What dupes do I start with, Cody Mac? On this one, because we're doing a specific thing, I started with... Hello, Purple Nix. I started with 2 dupes with 3... Well, all my dupes had 3 interests. And we've got 2 building, digging operators. And 1 researching, cooking farmer. So that we've got like all the basics sort of covered. Because I don't plan to take very many duplicates. So, for instance, Ruby here has a higher interest than I would normally have because they've got multiple interests. And I don't know, like, I sort of think we're not going to do loads and loads of ranching because ranching always requires dupe interaction. And if we plan to be able to leave things behind, then dupe interaction is not where it's at. So ranching can't be where it's at. Or at least not in the long term. What do people think about Ruby? Does anyone have any thoughts? Our aims, Purple Nix, are to do a nomadic world. So what we're going to do is we're going to strip out, we're essentially going to strip mine and set up some automated processes on each world and then move to the next one. That is my plan. I don't know how it'll do, but that was the sort of idea I had with it, that we'd ranching only requires dupe interaction if you want to grow the population or get extras to eat. All tame critters can be sustained if fed without grooming. That is true, Nematrek, which makes me think that we don't worry so much about having a high thing. And then Ruby could be, you know, doctoring, ranching, running around. They'll also get a little bit of farming. I think Ruby's alright. I think we're going to take Ruby. Because I think in this one, they might be okay. I'm a bit put off by the minus 75% construction speed. Well, I mean, they shouldn't be building things anyway. So we're going to take Ruby. Come on, Ruby. Welcome in. We're going to build you... No, let's build you a bed there. We'll build that bed later. I mean, the doctoring isn't hugely useful, but it is certainly a thing. There is a free dupe for a name claim. Ruby does not yet have a name. I would like to extend the opportunity to be Ruby to Emily, though, before anyone else does the thing. Hello, Morgex, welcome in. Just because Emily got slightly stiffed out of a dupe earlier, accidentally. So, if Emily would like Ruby, put your points in and you can absolutely have them. Otherwise, Ruby is up for claims. So give us a couple of minutes and we'll see. I hope you're doing well today, Morgex. Have we learnt about... Oh no, I've done the wrong thing. Before you do that, let's learn about this. That's the first thing I want to work on. Emily would like to be a Ruby. What would you... Almost Emily? Let me know if you want something different. Oh, you'd like it to be Amelia? No worries. We can be, they can be Amelia instead. Have I spelt that correctly? Yes. Lovely. Amelia. There we go. Ooh, we've got a bunch of bristle blossoms here that are actually being lit by some things. We should harvest them if at all possible. We're saved because Amelia is here. Well, you are going to be our doctor, Amelia, so let's put you up on doctoring. We're also going to put you up on farming and ranching because we're going to teach you about that. We'll put you down on building and digging. What was the other thing you were interested in? Oh yeah, suit wearing and stuff like that, which is useful, but not necessarily a huge a thing we need to give you priorities for. Did I give you a schedule, Amelia? No. Here, come to this schedule, please. I've never said schedule so much in my life, and I really need to decide how I like to pronounce it. At some point, I'm going to have to decide between schedule and schedule. But apparently I don't have any strong preference there, and I just use both. Ice. Do we suspect this might be the bottom of an anti-entropy nullifier? I can't see any anti-entropy nullifier-y stuff. Schedule. You think it's a hard CH. Mevrintia. Both is good. I mean, both are... check the air pipe layout. That's how you do it, absolutely. No, maybe not then. No ventilation. Must be something else. Might be the lockers. You often see that in a cold biome. Sketch duel. Lovely. So now we know about the crafting station, which I must admit, I'm starting to come around to the idea of the crafting station. I think we're going to plant some food down here. I think this can be food. I'd like to look at the farming overlay, which I can never remember which one it is. This one. There we are. Because we'll leave the bristle blossoms here for a minute. But I would like to plant some mealwood. Down here. And now we have a bit more in the way of farmers. I tell you what, ah, there it is. I was just thinking that we didn't see a wasteland biome, but there it is. So we can sort that out. The Sweetles might actually be an excellent food source. How convenient is that biome? Ah, pretty. We can get in there. We're still excited over how we're going to say schedule. But yes, I definitely do say it in both ways, depending how I feel from one moment to the next. Have we learnt about flower pots yet? No. No flower pots yet. Yeah, the Sweetles might be quite good as a food source. Oh, hang on. Got a hole in the bedroom. Let's sort that out. So this should be a mess hall already, yes. Okay. These I'm going to plant some mealwood in for now. I mean, we could. No, I'd have to feed the bristle blossoms. But let's do this so we can try and keep this shine bug in here with the bristle blossoms. I might also look for shine nymph eggs and put them on the thing so that if we have some extra ones, we can additionally try and trap them in here with these few wild bristle blossoms. You stay. Let's put the, oh, apparently I'm building everything on a 6 now. That's unfortunate. No. Obviously, you've immediately escaped, damn you. That's it. Back. Go back to the bristle blossoms. Go on. That's it. Amazing. Excellent. You can live in here with some bristle blossoms. And we can bring your compatriot when your compatriot has an egg, which will also keep them away from the bedrooms. Do food poisoning germs die in clean water if it gets infected? They do, but it's quite slow. In fact, it's very slow. So yes, they will die, but it's definitely slow. Yeah, let's put the priority up on this a little bit. We haven't got... Somebody needs to run on this wheel. Yes, we have a natural gas vent. It's one of the only useful vents, apart from the water ones, that we really have. So, I mean, there is a hydrogen one, which I suppose we might use. Oh, we can't build into those. Well, that's fine. Oh, good. Amelia's running on the wheel. That's what we like to see. Please disable this. There's no need for you all to be drinking. Duplicants don't need to drink, so please do not. That could be a really interesting mod, actually, to add duplicants need to drink to the game, you know, as an additional sort of as well as needing to eat. Yes, hydration behind hunger. I think it could be quite interesting. I'm not sure Clay should add it, but certainly as a great minds indeed. Oh, hydrate. That is a very good point. How are we doing? Is anything going to happen here if I step away for 2 seconds? I don't think so. What I would like to do is... How big is this? 10 by 4. Oh, that's too big, isn't it? Right. 1, 2, 4, 6. That's it. Right, let's give them a little bit more digging to do. And we'll also queue up the discoveries of flower pots, and we'll do automated wire. And while they're doing that, I'm going to get some water to hydrate. Give me 1 second, chat. I will be... There you go, Nomadic. Apparently I had some water, I just abandoned it in the kitchen. For whatever reason. I just forgot about it. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So not really enough food there, but some. We might build some up here as well. Right, we now know about the mini pod and the supercomputer and the telescope. Yes, DLC profit. Just a Terra start in the DLC. Right, let's put some doors on the back of that. Of doors. 1, 2, 3, 4. So here, these should be doors. So I'd quite like to have a little investigate as to what might be beyond here. If we could... no, you see, that would still be at the bottom of the ladder. I wonder if we can manage to lead the water over here out the way of our ladder system. That might be nice if we could do that. So yes, we definitely need some more food. We don't yet have enough. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put some up here. I was considering leaving this and trying to make a natural park or something, but I can't really be bothered. So let's get rid of this. Maybe not that. Have you dug that out so this isn't a bedroom anymore? Of course you have. Can we finish this? Excellent. Thank you, lead chips eater. Good. Barracks, latrine, mess hall. Not yet a great hall because we don't know about any of the decor. But all in all, things are going okay. Now we've got those, we can dig in here. Excellent. I would like you to build a couple of tiles in there so that I can dig out under here and not collapse the floor of the bedroom. That would be unfortunate. The other thing we're going to do is we are going to start, actually these can be a 5, putting some extra food in here because we do not have enough. That'll do. Well, it'll do in the short term anyway. I don't want you in that door. Don't stand in these doors. Duplicants. It is a pet peeve, but it is definitely a very strong pet peeve that I have. Duplicants standing in the bloody doors. You can actually get a mod which tells them they're not allowed to idle in the doors, which I quite like. But I have not yet resorted to it. You have a pet named Peeves. Yes, I do. I have many pet peeves. Ah, interior decor. That means we can build some flower pots. Oh, you had to Google pet peeve. What are the interests of the starting dupes? So starting dupes, we had 2 digger builder operators and 1 researching farming cook. Why the new base? We had a duplicant starve to death in a rocket on the old base. And also, to be fair, I was kind of done with the old base. I was getting slightly bored of that playthrough. So what we're doing now is, this is going to be hopefully a nomadic playthrough. What I want to do is completely rip out 3 interests. Yes, 3 interests for everyone. I want to keep my dupe count very low, so I want high interest numbers on the dupes that we do take. What we hope to do with this is do a sort of nomadic playthrough, where what we're going to do is we're going to strip mine, only set up things, well, mostly set up things that don't require dupe interaction, because once we leave, we're not going to leave anyone here. We are gonna... Joni Benoni has a skill point. Which reminds me that Amelia, of course, also has a skill point. Amelia, have some farming. Joni, have some digging. How many dupes? Like 8. That was sort of what I was thinking. Yes, that we might keep it as low as 8. Maybe 12, but not much more than that. Because what I want to do is that I want to pack them all into rockets and shoot them to new worlds. So that's my idea. I don't want to leave duplicates behind when we leave a world. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, this is sort of one of those ideas that I had in the middle of the night while I was thinking of things to do on ONI, and who knows how well it'll go and how doable it'll be. But I thought, as something different that plays into some of the things that I really like about ONI, I really like strip mining, and I really like automation. Really like setting up things that I don't have to get the dupes involved in. So I thought it might be a pretty good idea of a playthrough, and we'll just give it a try. We'll see how well it works. Neo has a skill point now. That's going to be some advanced researching, thanks, because we're going to need that machine soon. Sounds like a fun time. I hope so. As I say, I tried to pick something that spoke to the interests I have with the game. Things that I like very much about the DLC. Like, I really like the way that the maps are smaller, so it's much more reasonable to, you know, tear everything out and maybe pack it in a rocket and bring it with you. I also... You know, I'm still really excited about the extra worlds, and I feel I haven't yet managed to do enough with them. Why can't I plant this? I don't know. It's just being grumpy for whatever reason. So yes, that was sort of where we were at with that. Duplicant skills. Lead chips eater. We might put... Hang on. Now, Joni, need to look at the, you have machinery 5, and you have machinery 1. I've done it the wrong way, haven't I? Well, actually, let's give, you can have free tinkering. Right. So here's the thing. Chat, you have to remind me. You have better excavation. But you have better... Yeah. That I actually want to switch them round. Settle on the magma planet and only survive on automated external supplies. Or on the water planet for beginners. Absolutely. I mean, that might be really interesting. Because you can automate the space fiery things. What are they called? The interplanetary launchers. But it's not necessarily super straightforward. But yeah, there's loads of things like that I want to try and see what we can do. What can we build? What can we automate? What would we need to fire with us? I just think it might be interesting. Also, it just gives us something different to aim at in our playthrough. Space Fiery Things is a good title. Let's do some research. What shall we research next? Do we want some power? I mean, we're not going to have... I suppose we could have some hatches. Do we want power? A bit of coal power? Maybe? What would I like? Maybe some water? We haven't found any of the things yet. Let's do the oxygen. Because... we'll also need to do power, but we'll want to break in here. A cool challenge could be living in space, or spending as much time in space as possible. Possibly, but it wouldn't be very fun to watch, because they don't really do anything in the rockets. Space stations, however, that sounds great. Right, let's get them working on expanding this. So we can build the advanced research station and stuff like that. But yes, definitely space stations would be cool. Hello, hatches. What were our oh, hang on, there's a right. I would like to sweep that. And I would like to put it in a bin over here. So that that can live in here with this one. And we can have some extra shine bugs to try and grow our bristle blossoms here. What else was I thinking? Oh, I was thinking that we might want to... make, if not a working ranch, at least a place to put like 8 hatches, if you see what I mean. Similar to what we did quite a lot in the previous playthrough, where we had quite a lot of like sweetles and grubs that weren't ranched. They were just sort of dumped in with our plants. Right. I'd definitely like us to put that there. Thank you. Let's turn the priority on that up. What bit of do this on a 7 are people not getting? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Right. Another thing we would like to build for them is the supercomputer. Let's just put that there for now. Excellent. Right, let's deconstruct this. As I say, this is moving the eggs is always one of my favourite way to move any critters I cannot ranch. Also to move critters that you can ranch or wrangle, but that you can't, that you don't yet have the ability to wrangle. I can also just dump that in the floor so I don't have to worry about it. Going off. How are you doing there, Shine Nymph Egg? You're not very incubated. Arthur Dent, thank you so much for following. I was in fact actually listening to a little bit of The Hitchhiker's Guide last night as I was trying to sleep. Welcome in, Arthur. Thank you for the follow, Cody Mac. Welcome into the community. Hope you're both having lovely days and are having a nice time here with us. RKM, enjoy your lurking. Thank you for showing up once again. It's always lovely to see you. Right, I'm just going to wait until this goes off again, and then we're going to speed up a little bit, because we're starting to get settled now. Carrying on with some digging. Yeah, it looks like we might be able to make sort of a water pit over here. Out the way a bit. Which would be nice. Also, I'd quite like to dig down this way a bit so we can try and encourage some of the carbon dioxide to flow over here and stop hanging out, mostly in the bathrooms. Like, I don't really care very much that it's in this farm. It's not going to be the end of the world, but I see you, Hatch. You see, this is one of the reasons why I feel we need to create a drop-off point for hatches. But we'd have to do quite a bit of sweeping for that as well, so I think we'll wait. Can we put the priority on that up a tiny bit? I would like us to make the supercomputer possibly also on this. Right then, duplicants. So, in terms of plans, I want to continue digging out this starting biome. We've got the wasteland biome that we can get into. We'll have to be slightly careful of this polluted water, but we'll be able to find a way in up there. Looks like there's a cold biome up here, which might be useful. And we're researching oxygen masks, which I think will help us break into this. Obviously, once we break into this, we can start thinking about toilets, because then we can vent our polluted water into thimblereed. Always handy to build up some reed fibre early. Excellent. Let's have a look at our research. So we know how to do this. I think we'd like to learn a bit about power now. Let's learn about the power. Actually, just before we do that, let's learn about the critter drop-offs. Just so I can move the hatches and try and stop them eating everything in sight. Never entirely straightforward, but we can give it a go. Right, how many have I got here? 19 and like 14 is 33, which will do for 6 duplicants and a bit. So we're not too bad for now. Might have to keep an eye on the heat. But this is the cooler side of the base in general. Yeah, look, it's definitely cold up there. I assume that is going to be that... That might well be a cool steam vent in there, to be honest. Let's have a look at our options. I don't really want these. I like the way that now it's like have a +7 rancher. Mind you, they are also critter averse. But yes, I think we want to stick to our plan of taking lots and lots of interests rather than high numbers. I mean, this is just like, what is this mess? So we'll take some blossom seeds. And let's speed up a little bit as we potter along. So there's a little bit more water there. We are going to have to build some tiles up here, since otherwise that's all just going to fall down. This is a very neat little water pocket. It's sort of nearly perfectly square. Morale could indeed be a challenge with the nomadic style. I agree almost, Emily. That's why I definitely want to give them as many interests as we can. We may find ourselves building considerably more massage tables than I would normally go for. But still, sometimes that's the way of it. Oh, I can't build it down there, unfortunately, because that will... Let's build a ladder down here so we can have a look at this bit. Yeah, I see you, Hatch. I think something we're going to have to do a lot, that I was thinking about, is we're going to have to do Paku, because the sort of best foods that you can get without cooking, which obviously would require dupe interaction. I mean, we can cook while we're here, but like Paku meat, Paku fillets are like +4, so they might be the best option. Paku and Sweetle for infinite surf and turf. Yes, well, I was saying that Sweetles will be quite useful as well. But we'll see how all of that will go. I also haven't really worked out how much stuff I'm prepared to build that we won't use once we leave, if you see what I mean. how much stuff that requires dupe interaction I'm prepared to build while we're on a planet. Because as I say, this is not a clearly thought through plan. This was an idea that came to me in the middle of the night and I just thought might be fun. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't care about digging out that abyssalite. Thanks. So, how are we getting on? We'd like... I think what I'll do... We might put some hatches up here, out the way, because we do want to move them. But I don't necessarily want to feed them or anything, I just want them out the way. And we don't really need those doors, actually, if we're not going to make the thing. So... Oh, I haven't quite learnt about it yet, have I? No, I haven't quite learnt about the critter drop-off. But what I would like to do is make some storage bins that we can put up here. And just sweep the stuff that's up here. And then I'm going to dump a bunch of hatches up here where I don't have to fuss with them. Recently, I accidentally starved my Sweetle grub population because I didn't tame the sulfur geyser in time and had to wait forever to have them in the printer again. I think in the if you don't want to feed them, maybe better to place it down so they won't eat what's falling as you dig more. Not a terrible plan, Arthur. We have some problems with down, though, as you see. Down is mostly full of water. Right. Sweep only all. Let's copy those across. What we might do is set up these already. And then have a nice little sweep just of this stuff. Early, I do my best not to waste resources. I think that is a very worthwhile thing to do. But yes, I'm not gonna like be super committed to this, you know, sweep or anything. I just sort of want the dupes to have a sense of doing it sometimes. They've got other things to be getting on with, but nonetheless. What have we got down here? We will see. Colony achievement. Outdoor renovations. I mean, why? What is not in our starting biome? I assume it must be this bit is classed as not actually our starting biome, for whatever reason. I'm not sure I agree, but okay, game. Research complete. Lovely. Right then, we might get them to commit a bit harder to this sweep. Because they're not doing anything super important. Let's have a lovely sweep. So, grooming only or no care at all? Then I don't understand why mine died. I think it's grooming only. I think if you groom Sweetles, you can starvation ranch them. But then you have space problems, obviously. You have to do the thing with space. We discovered it in a in an earlier playthrough. Lovely. So we're going to put hatches and hatchlings up there. And I don't think that... No, Amelia doesn't yet know how to wrangle a hatch. So we're going to have to wait a little bit for that. I'll tell you what, I think we might put a little bit of extra oxygen down here, just to help them out. More colony achievements. Oh, I've hatched a new critter morph. I wonder what it is. What have we hatched? Oh, I know what we've hatched. Yeah, I saw it. I saw there being a gulp fry over here. So we haven't strictly hatched any of them. But you know. Research complete. Lovely. Let's have a look at the priorities on Neo. Neo, yes, you are set to do cooking. Might try and make a kitchen back here. Might do the little carbon dioxide pit trick for early game food storage. Hello, Sweetles. Ah, another big wasteland biome over here. We were very lucky in the last game where we had an awful lot of sulfur on our home map. So we could be quite slow in expanding to the second map. Also, we sensibly didn't feed. We left the Sweetles wild and the Grubs wild for quite a long time. So that we didn't have to worry about using our sulfur for that, and then we could just use our sulfur on our grub fruits, which seemed to work quite well. Excellent. Oh, now you see, if you just cut through that one. Let's try. We're just going to set up some wrangling while the hatches are out and wandering around. We only got the 3. Can we see any more hatches anywhere? No, I don't think so. Okay. Ever since I learned you can just pipe a desalinator and a water sieve together, everything is so much easier. That is an excellent quality of life improvement. I agree. Technically, I still didn't tame the sulfur geyser. I just dug it out and gave it some space to solidify, the lazy approach. I mean, they're not that hot, to be fair. almost Emily. They're not that hot, so I think that's entirely reasonable, to be honest. One great asteroid was so convenient. When you play a new map, what are your goals? Like, what do you like to achieve by cycle 100? I don't necessarily always have a very firm goals. So in this game, we're not particularly rushing towards anything. That is partly because I am playing with fewer duplicants. So if I'm going to have less duplicants, I am less bothered about how quickly I expand. But in general, between cycle 100 and 150, I would normally like to have an electrolyzer up and running, and for the duplicants to be starting to get into suits. That would be my normal... yes, it definitely depends on what the map gives you, but that is where I would like to be on the whole. Is, good, that's a great haul now. I would like there to be suits. And piped oxygen. At about, yeah, somewhere between 100 and 150. That isn't always possible. Sometimes your water vents are far away. Sometimes your ability to refine any metals is a pain. I mean, we could probably do some... We could drop all this polluted water and probably do some in here when we go in there. So that'll be doable. We could probably make a water lock in this water, actually. If lack of water, go toilets before electrolyzer. I mean, I quite often do toilets before electrolyzer. Especially on the Terra map, where I generally think you'll have enough clean water. Because I have moved to the dark side and am happy to use the toilet loop. Now, I'm pretty relaxed. I think this is probably a cool steam geyser. This looks like the cool steam geyser location. What have we got? We've got some muck roots. Ranching, decorating, and researching. No. I don't want you. Researching, tidying, and farming. Nah, not very excited. Tidying, farming, and researching, and ranching, but with flatulent and critter aversion. So the only reasonable one to think about is ruby. But these aren't things that we desperately need. So I think we'll just take the muck root. Cheers. I normally rush toilets and try and get them up and running before I have to clean the bathroom, because technically they make water. They do if you use a, yes they do. But I do not. I am pretty relaxed about that. I like to be able to feed thimbleweeds, ideally, before I worry too much about toilets. On the whole. We can get through there into here. This is all chlorine though, so we might not want to. There is quite a lot of stray chlorine that we might have to be careful about. Right, where would we like to go next? Maybe up? We could fetch that shine nymph egg to assist us in our bristle blossom farming. Well, wild bristle blossom harvesting, really. It's not entirely reasonable to call it farming. since we're just, you know, leaving these ones to hang out here. I felt like a genius the first time I used Thimbleweed for the overflow. I mean, I still feel moderately like a genius when I do it, to be honest. I mean, these days you can use the bog buckets as well. That was quite nice. Hang on, I saw you. There you are. I'm going to set you up to be wrangled as well. Additional hatch that we've just found. Have we found any down here? Not yet. I mean, one of my great joys in the game is chaining systems together. Like, one day I'll actually do all of the maths and spreadsheeting to try and set up a, you know, perfectly sustainable loop where every single system is looped together. But I haven't been bothered. But I do love the that aspect of the game a lot. I mean, why wouldn't you use this one, which is nearer? You weirdos. Yeah, so we'll go up there and get this. So yes, I'm having quite a slow, sort of gentle intro to this. We have got basic base up and running. We're going to have a gentle explore, see what we can find. I definitely think that's cool steam. We could also get into there, I think, without releasing any, What is Nomadic ONI? So the idea is that we will strip mine a world, only leave behind automated machines, so nothing that requires dupe interaction, and then take all of our dupes and all of our stuff in rockets to the next planet and do the same thing. That is my hope posture. Whether we'll be able to do that, who knows? I have in no way tested any of these things. I just thought it might be a fun thing to give a go to. Just as, you know, a way to... Oil is going to be tricky, though a couple of the viewers were saying that they have succeeded in having non-oil runs. Let me say no critter eggs there, thank you. Let's copy those settings along. That might be harder and harder from planet to planet. Absolutely, Arthur Dent. It might well be. Landing on the volcano planet might be exciting, indeed. But we're definitely going to give some things a go. Just take a few glossy Dracos with you. I mean, we will definitely spend some time doing, I think we do have to ranch Dracos for a time. And then, see where we go from that. This is a sweep only, very important, because there is another Shine Nymph egg there, which I wish to add to my collection. Have you put the other one in it? No, you haven't. Excellent. Oh, look, it's hatched. Good. Go and collect that one. What I'm worried about with the challenge is O2 on planets without a water geyser. Will you get water from space mining? I have no idea, Oni. Neo. As I say, I have not sensibly thought this through. I have just had a thought that I sort of wanted to do, and see what we can do. Natural gas wasting at worst to get polluted oxygen, to get polluted water. I mean, there are a few ways you can make some oxygen without water geysers. We will have to see a little bit how that goes. But as I say, largely I just have to think of something different. Yes, the space cannon can send water to wherever it's needed late game. It's mostly about me trying to think of different things to do to keep the game entertaining for me and for you. And this was one that I came up with that I thought might be fun. So we shall try. And if it fails, then we'll either try something else or we'll give it another go, you know. That's sort of the way it is. Right, how are we doing here? You've done most of that. Can we sweep up this tiny bit of algae? And then they'll be ready. Oh, Joni Benoni, you're so happy about who knows what. But I'm glad you're happy. I had a bug on the botanical station. It took wrong, non-mutated seed, then the building is stuck. That, I have no idea. Yes, we can launch from the water planet if we need to. We'll have to see what sort of arrangement our star map is in when we get to the top and can do some looking. Let's continue our digging out up here. Excellent. Because actually up is... I'm waiting next mutation form says it was corrected, but I'm on public testing branch, so I don't understand. Cannot help you, Arthur Dent. I am not on the public testing branch. I'm just on the regular branch. And I don't think I've ever actually used the botanical analyzer. I have built the botanical analyzer, but not actually used it. So we'll have to see. Don't eat my bristleberries. God damn it. Oh, that's... Oh no, that is up to 6. Lovely. Apparently Wheezewort helps about creating mutations because it carries radiations. Yes. Yes, that is my understanding, that you need to be radiating your plants to have any, what's it? Can we put these up so that you actually make them before you dig all the stuff out? And we stop dropping it all down here, because I'd rather not. Thank you. Can we see in there yet? Oh, maybe it's not. Why is there clean water in this caustic biome? No, look, there's neutronium there. It is the, no worries at all, Arthur. I, try and... Oh, good grief. I try and just read people's chat out in a way that makes their meaning clear, because, you know, typos and people from all over the world who don't necessarily speak English, I don't see any point in reading it verbatim if I can pick out the meaning. I mean, obviously people can tell me if they would rather I read their messages verbatim, but on the whole people seem relatively happy with it. What are we doing? No research focus selected. Right, so now we could have some power if we wanted. A thing that we will definitely need then is, let's do these. Yes, let's do the rock crusher and the fire pole. But I think we might look to head in here quite soon so we can use this polluted water to maybe do some nice early refinement, so we don't have to waste too much metal or smushing it in the rock crusher. Pants. You went AFK for 5 minutes and came back to 5 dead dupes. I mean, I feel your ONI run is a bit cursed. Did I empty this out again? Yes. So there should be... Yes, there's an egg on the floor there. Apparently there are 2 eggs. Ah, one of them is the egg from this. That's fine. You're not cramped or anything, are you? No, you're fine. Excellent. All good. I think we're going to carry on up a bit. Yes, so I'm fairly certain that is a cool steam vent. We can see a corner of neutronium there. So we just need to find a second one of the water sources, and then we'll be able to... Well, actually, this one will probably be fine. We only need to build a small electrolyzer. 1, 2, 3. Ready? No, 4. There we go. I realised a few days ago that Golden Heart ship from H2G2 is, from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, is probably a reference to the Far ship in Foundation from Asimov. I have never read the Foundation novels. To be honest. They're one of those that are on my list of things I should read, and maybe at some point I'll get round to. That's quite a big list though, so we'll see. The more you know, indeed. So... let's have a think about how we would break into here. We researched the, what's-its, the masks, didn't we? Which we have found very useful. We have coal generators. We have all of that. So yes, we just need a little bit of rock crushing. Hello, Cyberdyne. Yeah, welcome in today. Asimov was clearly from his time. Ah. Yes, it's always nice to have a new colony. I like it. Let's build a rock crusher. And carry on having a nice investigate. Neo has a skill point. What shall we put Neo's skill point into? I think we're going to give Neo grilling so that we have someone who can use the grill. Printables. Let's have a look at what we've got. Cooking, operating, decorating. Oh, Nicola's quite good. Safe's coming for the win. I think safe's coming is fine if you wandered off for a bit. Even I, when I wander off and let chat watch the colony for a bit, often do a safety save in case something terrible happens while I'm away. So you would be a decorator, you could also be an operator with a bit of cooking. I think Nicola's quite good. Let's have a think about what we are gonna need in terms of skills. So currently we have a rancher who's also going to be our doctor. We have 2 digger operators. We have a researching farming cook. So what are we missing out on then? An artist. And that's sort of it. So we probably want someone who can be an artist. And then that would be 5. And then the other 3 we probably want to put for digging and building again. So what was Nicola? Let's have another look at Nicola. Come here. Operating with the decorating and some cooking. I think Nicola will be an excellent addition. Quick learner also. Green-thumbed. Tidying, supplying. Yes, potentially we might want one for the running around dupe. But I think Nicola is going to be a good addition. Small bladder is not even a thing. So let us get Nicola in. We are going to start you out. I think we're going to start Nicola as an artist. And a cook, probably. Which sort of makes me a little bit sad that I gave Neo that cooking. But it's free cooking, so that's fine. We're going to start Nicola here, which will also mean that they run around and do quite a lot of the things. And then later on we can maybe get them to do some mechatronics as well. But yes, certainly we might struggle. Priorities. Nicola, you are a cooking... Are you doctoring? Ranching, yes. You are a cooking... Decorating... operator. So that'll be fine. So less... These will go up. You're going to do those as well. Excellent. Right, schedule. Dupes are proving that being suicidal and stupid is not conducive to a long life. I mean, yes. That would be fairly standard dupe behaviour. Here we go. There you go, Nicola. In you get. Let's add a schedule. Ah. Joni Benoni has another skill point. So we shall attend to that. Now, if I recall correctly, what I was trying to tell chat to remind me about and then forgot to, is that actually Joni Benoni and Lead Chips Eater need to switch sides, because Joni Benoni has better machinery and Lead Chips Eater has better excavation. So, Joni Benoni, we are going to give you a tinkering hat, and we're going to put you into this to start off with. And Lead Chips Eater, when you get your next skill point, which will be any time, we're going to put you in the hard digging hat. Amelia, we would like to give you some critter ranching, so we can move those hatches. Excuse me. From hanging around the base. So we can try and stop them eating our stuff. Ah, yes, this is the office. We've got a Rubik's Cube. But it is a cold biome. Remind me this time not to eat all the sleet wheat. Oh, there's a thing there. I mean, we haven't really got any good things, but maybe it's a good thing. Some called it the Lead Chips Mine. I called it the farm. Excellent, that's it. You collect all the hatches, stick them over here, just so they keep out the way. That's all we need. Remember to put some sleet wheat in farm plots so they're preserved regardless of temperature. Maverinthia eats all the sleet wheat. Thank you, Maverinthia. That's very helpful of you. Is that a good way to do it? Put them in some farm plots. Cool. Excellent. So, what's going on up here? Why is some of this clean water? It's probably ice melting into it. 3 more deads and I have no idea where... What is going on in your colony, Pants? Now you don't have to worry about it anymore. Cheers. Hang on, why are we talking about Hexcellent? Tasteful memorials are cheap. That is true. Right. Time is it? Okay. Duplicate skills. Somebody's got a skill. It's lead chips. Lovely. We're going to put you in the hard digging hat. So we've switched those two around. You said excellent and it sounds like excellent. I see. What? Is there always rust in these cold biomes now? There's always salt in them now, isn't there? There is now. Fair enough. You still can't see over there. Gas won't escape if circled with water. Indeed. Only one fluid per tile. The way into any number of ONI exploits. Was trying some passive ways to cool a hydrogen geyser. Ah. Cool, so we could come through here. This is quite a good place to come through into this, because it's kind of at the top. Excellent. So I think that's going to be our next thing to do, is to build a little bit of a lock into here, give them some gas masks, and potter on for that. I think I'm just going to brick that back in. They can stay down there. Small asteroids, purple nicks. This is the spaced out cluster, not the classic. Excellent. So, I would like... And we haven't learnt to make insulated tiles or anything yet. What are we doing down here with our research, people? What are we researching? Okay, I would like to research that. After that, I would like to learn about insulated tiles. So let's go up there. Oh, I'd also like to learn about deodorizers. Yep, there it is. Cool steam vent. I was pretty sure that would be what we could see there. So we can actually get right into it without releasing any nasty gases. So that's handy. I see it doesn't seem to, oh no, it says it's idle. Okay, so we can get in there, which is nice to know. Let's dig this out. Keep an eye out, chat, for wild hatches that aren't on this level. Because I don't want them anywhere that isn't here. Excellent. Do we need... We don't need any refined metals for the oxygen masks, do we? No. So, let's have a think. Let me pause that for a second. Okay, let's cancel that. I do like to be able to make my liquid locks out of... oh, that's a bit higher than we'd like though, isn't it? out of the natural surroundings if at all possible. Though we might have to have a ladder for that. Well, that would be fine. We'll just put a little ladder here. Yep. Seems fine. So we're going to dig those out. These and that. When we know how to do it, which apparently we don't yet. And we'll also need a little ladder just to head up here. Excellent. So now we've done that. We can learn about temp shift plates and the fire pole. I would like to get how much oxygen do they take compared to an atmosuit dock? Does anyone know? The masks, it's 60 versus 200. Thank you, Nomadic. There we go. We'll set up 6. And then we need to set up a little place from which they can be oxygenated, which I think we might make that up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. Let's get the duplicants to dig along here. And I think we can set up a little, what's it? Thing up here. No need for power, indeed. I wasn't entirely sure about these when they first were introduced, but I've become a little bit of a convert. Especially, I would say, here on the Terra start, for breaking into this. Now that there is... wow, is that the edge of the map already? You see, that's why. These are so cool. When they were first introduced, they were terrible. Oh, fair enough. But yes, definitely now, I've become a little bit of a convert to them. I'm definitely preferring them. Can you go and hang out on the bristle blossoms? You what names? Resupplying masks is still a little buggy. Is it? I didn't have too much trouble with it. They weren't reusable. They needed or each new one, and dupes would drop them even if they still had oxygen in them. Ah, yes, I did see that happening in people's playthroughs. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the crafting station so I can actually make some masks and fix them up afterwards. We are going to need to produce some power at this point. Dupes running on the wheel is not going to do for powering up our masks. So... let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems an excellent place to put some power. We could put it further down as well. We could put it... no, not there. Not that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that'll do. That will do. Let's cancel this out. Ah, excuse me, chat. Still sneezy as ever. Oh, I see you. I see you there. Wrangle this. Can we see any others? There's one. Get it. And they can all live up here. See, look, they're perfectly happy living up there. Out of the way. Yes, the doctor. I could absolutely use the hatches for coal. The reason I am not is because I wish to do a playthrough that minimizes dupe interactions, essentially. So I don't necessarily want to ranch the hatches for meat and coal just yet. We might well do it, but yes, we're looking to minimize dupe interaction as much as possible. Good. These aren't cramped. I mean, we'll have to see how that goes, but that is our plan. I am, under normal circumstances, a huge advocate of hatches all the time. When people come into the channel and are like, hey, I've run out of power. Why have I run out of power? My usual answer is, are you ranching hatches? No? Well, you definitely should be. But yes, this is a special playthrough where we're planning to not do that so much. I don't think I need that one. I think 2 is enough. How many do I normally build? Do I normally build 3? Does anyone remember? I think I normally only need 2. Let's put them in the middle. There we go. I'll be fine. Have we got any skills? No, nobody can... Oh, because I split these 2 out, they can't learn about hard digging yet. Well, super hard digging. Never mind, we'll get there. We'll get there. So yes, I think we're going to build a little box up here with some diffusers and a gas pump to feed this. Have I learnt about insulated tiles yet? Not yet. Fine. Right, we also need to do a tiny bit of refinement so that we can build a smart battery. These are things we would like. For power, yes. Yes, absolutely. I'd like to use the natural gas vent for power. We're a bit too early in, but we certainly will be using our natural gas vent for power. Also potentially water. Mouth breather. A building area. Doctoring, digging, decorating. I don't think you're very useful, Max, I'm afraid. Thank you, Nematrek. Enjoy your lunch. Let's take some... I mean... 5 digging, 6 construction, twinkle toes. Is Ellie worth the mouth breathing? They're a really good digging builder. I tell you what, I'm going to do a very quick, I need a very swift break. So while I have a very swift break, I'm going to do a little poll. New poll. And it's going to be Ellie, yes, no. There you go. Yeah, sure. You can vote with bits and stuff if you want. 2 minutes. Oh, hang on. Yeah. 100 points. There you go. We will start a little poll. Ellie, yes or no? Hopefully you can all see that. And it's going to be annoying in rockets, isn't it? Like worth 2 dupes of oxygen? Possibly. I thought it was a dupe and a half. But I'm going to have a very quick break. Well, you get to vote on whether we take Ellie. I'll be right back. Hello there, I am back. Arthur would take Max and find a neural vacillator to remove allergies. I'm pretty sure that's not how the neural vacillator works. Let's view the results of my poll. No. On the whole, we went for no. Fair enough. It was a bit closer than it might have been. But yes. On the whole, no. That seems fine then. We're taking some curative tablets and carrying on. Thank you, Morgex. I have some more water. Good afternoon, Castle. Welcome in today. I hope you are having a lovely day. Still haven't learnt about insulated tiles, which I would like to know about. Making some, yeah, we are making some, which hopefully we will have in due course. There's some meat somewhere. A hatch has died, I imagine. Work over, so the day is looking up. I am glad to hear it. I wonder if we could do the old-fashioned thing here. Where we put this in, make a little pit. What map are we on? We are on just a Terra spaced out cluster. But what we hope to do is to eventually strip mine our starting world, take everything with us, only leave, including all the duplicates, only leave automated machinery. Oh look, there's part of the supply teleporter. And go to the next world. That is my plan. How well this will work, we don't really know yet. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, these need to be put up, don't they? Because nobody ever brings them. You definitely need to be put up to a 6. Because it's always tricky to make the duplicants actually bring the stuff. So yeah, we're going to try and do a sort of nomadic-like playthrough. I think we'll be able to come back in rockets and visit, but not really to stay. Like, the idea is you'd be able to come and sort of maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that we'd need the duplicants to come back and do. But if we could think of something we needed the duplicants to come back and do, they could come back and do it. As long as they then headed off again. So that is the thought. Fix the thing that broke, overflowed, absolutely. Those sorts of things. Certainly they can come back for that. Maybe they could come back to harvest, like, I don't know, if we left like a big world of hatches, they could come back and harvest all the stuff. I don't know. But, you know, something like that. But we're probably going to do a lot of stuff with shipping and such like. I haven't really considered what that would look like yet. As I say, this is not a massively planned out run. This is me thinking, what would be interesting to do? Let's try and do that. And see how it's going. So, that looks like they have finished smashing up some rocks, some metal, which is excellent. Because now we can have a smart battery down here, which will get them to build. They also have some insulated tiles, which means that we can start thinking about what our little place for stuff will look like. Right, hang on. Let me put some stuff in there, and that will help me explain what I'm attempting to do here. We are gonna have a couple of oxygen diffusers and a... what's it? Where is it? It's in here. And a gas pump to feed our little docks. That is the thing. I think we might keep it very small. Maybe. I might make it slightly larger than that. Oh, these are sandstone insulated tiles, aren't they? Well, it doesn't really matter very much. This is for sure a temporary installation. Excellent. So now let's work on connecting our power. Do you have any puffs? Not yet, but I'm pretty sure the Terra start does have puffs. Though I'd expect to see them in the swamp biome, and I do not yet. I think we normally have puffs, the Doctor. But I do not as yet see any. So we'll have to investigate. But I think the Terra start normally has puffs. So that's going to come up there. Up here. Into these. Into that. Has anyone ever used an icy fan? How many tiles is the starting portal space? It's a, I think it's a 4x4, or is it a 3x3? No, it's a 4x4. I think they are the next planet or one after. They tend to be in rust biomes. Ah! You used to always get them in swamp biomes, but it is possible that the DLC has altered that. I tried to use one. It needs a dupe. Ugh. Right, I'm actually going to expand this just one over so that we can put a... Oh, we could put it outside. Let's cancel that. Outside, we're going to put a bin to put algae. Actually, we can just back that up. We'll put a door in here. We'll put a manual airlock. It needs a GPS, and damn, it's heating like hell. Ugh. Anything with a liquid loop is better. I see. I mean, I didn't really suspect that it was going to be the solution to anything, but I just saw it and was like, oh, here's a thing I've never built. Could use them to get liquid metal. They melt before overheating. Do they still do that? I thought they'd fixed all the things that did that. Uses ice to dissipate a small amount of the heat. No overheat unless they fixed it. Ah. It doesn't say so on the thing, so possibly that is still true. Let's deconstruct these, because we're gonna have new power from this in just a second. Not gonna have a lot of carbon dioxide down there. We might set up a carbon skinner above it fairly shortly. Speaking of bins, let's set up a bin down there as well. How are we getting on? It looks like you've nearly built all of that, which means we can also build the bit that connects these. One of those traps for new players. Yeah, I sort of wish they didn't do that. I would much rather have things that are possibly only massively, what's the word? Situationally useful, but at least are situationally useful. Oh. This doesn't appear to be set properly. Disappointing. Excellent. There we go. So yes, all of this can get demolished. These can get turned up to a 6. This I would like to put... What is it? It's organic, isn't it? Yes, algae in. Oh, they've managed to deliver a whole 1 mask. Which, considering they've made all the masks, I don't know why they are always so unwilling to deliver the masks. I suppose I don't have a delivering dupe, do I? Repair the worn oxygen masks forever. Thank you. Let's build some gas pipes. I take it there isn't any gas, there isn't oxygen in there. Oh, of course there's some carbon dioxide in there. On new maps I often go fast for the cold biome at the top, place cold generators and methane ones, so O2 becomes liquid and polluted water solid for about 200 cycles. I have to say, I don't think that I am as yet very experienced with spaced out, to be honest. So I think there are probably a lot of things I could do that I just don't really think about doing because I'm not super experienced with spaced out. So that is the thing. Excellent. Do we have any skill points knocking around? Not yet. Because I was thinking to fill an outhouse, spawn morbs and feed puffs, so get slime and separate it into algae and polluted water. It seems fine. But yes, we're not seeing any puffs yet. So maybe not. They might have changed the way those spawn. They balanced a lot of temperatures around the asteroid. I wonder if the average is around 0. Yeah, could be. Certainly I would like to go up quite soon. I think we want to break into here first. Do this one. TWF 3D. I have not used the drill cones. A good place to ask that question would be in the Discord, where if you go to the Oxygen Not Included channel, you can also like post pics and things like that, which will help people help you, hopefully. Excellent, so this is starting to come along. I tried spawning morbs to feed to critter traps. Looked like a decent hydrogen source. Alright then, so we just need those to get the skills so we can use that. Until that point, I think we might work on a bit of a kitchen. While we're waiting for people to skill up there. Oh, lovely. I'm so glad that I have a rot pile now. Thanks. Yes, TWF 3D. Do you have diamonds in it? And a large cargo bay. It can't get all kinds of materials, but it should take the solids. No. Rot. What are we going to use it for? Fertilizing our farms. Oh no, wrong game. I couldn't get the morb spawning consistent and had to micromanage, but it was getting a decent amount. Apparently, I was looking at somebody's morb farm the other day, and the thing is, you need a full outhouse, but each full outhouse like only spawns one morb and can spawn a morb every 2 cycles. So what they had was they had like a door underneath like this, and they opened the door every time it had spawned a morb and then closed it again. If you see what I mean, to reset the morb spawning. So, if I understand correctly, morbs spawn from full outhouses that are not cleaned. Yes, they do spawn in dirty bathrooms, but only the outhouse versions. Researching suit-wearing building? I mean, no. No, no, no. Yes, you can do that with a clock sensor. Indeed, I think that's how they were doing it, either on a timer or a clock. Let's take the hatch. Why not? And we'll wrangle said hatch, Ling, and chuck it up here with the others. Don't eat my sandstone, you want me. Lovely. So now I would like to... What happened to the other map? The other map, we died, Chthonic 1 died in a rocket. So we sent Chthonic 1 out researching, and their food went off, and so they died. And that was a bit disappointing. So here we are with a new map. And some new goals. What is this? What is this? Star map location sensor. Is this new? Chat? Or have I just never looked at it before? Or paid any attention to it? I mean, that's also possible. It's new. Oh. Exciting. Automation for rockets. Oh, I think I heard there was some automation for rockets being introduced. Should we learn about bathrooms? I think it might be time. I'm not sure I'm ready to build them yet, but it might be time to learn about bathrooms. Yes, I think we'll learn about bathrooms and a water sieve. And then maybe air systems. Oh, exciting. So, things I would like to put in here are a grill, which I'm going to put here, and a couple of fridges. Do I not know about fridges yet? How can I not know about fridges yet? Thank you, Nomadic. I will sit up a bit straighter. Apparently, I don't know about fridges. I don't know how I feel about this information. Research, that's what I was looking for. Where are fridges? Oh, on this one. Let's learn about fridges. Then we'll go back to learning about bathrooms. Posture is important, posture. Always. There we go. And we can put a couple of fridges here. Excellent. Long commutes? I mean... how? In what sense? Should we build them a fire pole? Let's build them a fire pole. There you go. Bad posture causing you a pain in the shoulder. Nicola, you appear not to have finished that job. You appear to have just wandered off. So, yes, we're getting there. We're getting there. We definitely want to make sure that we save all the Paku. Well, I mean, you can go to the toilet, Amelia. There is a toilet right here. Oh, nobody's brought the dirt to it. Oh, that's so getting in the water. Ah, there we are. Straight in the water. Oh, no, it'll be fine. We're not going to do this. Nicola. Nicola. How very dare you? Can we actually just bring some dirt to this? Somebody? It was about time. It's always you, almost, Emily. Should we put this up to 9 as well? No, we didn't do a prediction for this. Because we were unsure what the over-under would be. I suspect the over-under was probably under 19 cycles. Yes, I know there's going to be germs in it, Doctor. Such is life. Can we actually do this mopping, you people? I mean, you're also getting germs on this mealwood that you're currently harvesting, instead of doing the mopping. It does spread from one liquid to another in that way. Absolutely. It most certainly does spread from one liquid to another. However, my duplicants are not using that for this for anything other than science. So it shouldn't be too bad. Have they just changed it on the test branch or something, Arthur Dent? Because that would be a pretty massive change. The solution is to not look at their germs. I mean, I think that solution is fine. Lights look more particularly. There's some suggestion that that germs don't spread between fluid types, but I am not sure I believe it, to be honest. Oh, you had a specific case where your clean water wasn't contaminated. Yeah, also, like, it's not a super big deal when your clean water is contaminated, to be honest, unless you let them drink it out of the water cooler or feed it to plants. Germs only want attention, everyone knows that. Yeah, no, none of the germs are too bad these days. Well, with the exception of zombie spores. They're still quite bad. Yes, if you don't use the microbe musher. Obviously using the microbe musher could give you some problems. If mass isn't transferred between tiles, then germs aren't either. I think my dupes only got zombie spores once. Now the nice looking flowers only slows things down a lot. Absolutely. I'm not sure I've ever actually got any of my dupes to have zombie spores, but I have always been exceptionally careful with them, to be fair. So it is unclear how much of a problem they might strictly be. Did I learn about deodorizers? I did. Let's build some. And then I would also like to put a little bin just in the middle of them, so we can put our polluted dirt in there. Pouring contaminated regular water on top of polluted water is far less likely to transfer germs, since the clean water doesn't move the polluted water. Ah, I see. So mass is an issue. Zombie dupes do skill up faster. Is that true? I've never known that. Though, as I say, I've never really played with the zombie dupes, so... But I didn't realise it had that effect as well. Oh, we can't get in there anyway yet, because we still don't know how to do the thing. Zombie run, certainly not. Sounds unbelievably awkward. Maybe you could do, like, an interesting challenge run might be a duress to impress challenge run. Oh, because it does everything so slowly. I see. Yes. What did I want to put in here? Polluted dirt and rot. Thank you. Yeah, you could do a challenge run where you were like, all your dupes are dressed to impress. That could be interesting. So you're constantly trying to keep everyone's stress above 60. Nicola, you're going to get some grilling as well. How are these two doing? Joni and Lead Chips. Oh, you're not too far from the next one. Excellent. So once Lead Chips skills up, we can go into these biomes. Mining neutronium is supposed to take forever, which is why it's super productive. To mine it gives infinite skill points. Yes. Yeah, no, it could be. It certainly could be, Casa. I see the logic behind it now we've thought about it. I'll see you again, Arthur. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Right, well, while we're just waiting for stuff to happen, let's do some more digging. We could just drop this. I mean, if we just drop it, it's going to wind up in here. But this doesn't have germs in it, I don't believe, no. What we'd probably like to do... You should put a spore kid next to your seed analyzer, as that gives renewable research skill. I mean, I think should is pulling an interesting amount of work in that sentence, Nematrek. I think what we should probably do is come up this way, and then we can lead this polluted water down here into all the rest of our polluted water. Black spots on trains spoiling your viewing. Yeah, the trains, certainly trains in this country don't have go through many places where the connection is not fantastic. Should we replace these with some tiles? We could do. Let's replace those with some tiles. Let's do some granite. Maybe they should add a mutation that causes spores from the plant. I don't think that's very likely. They don't seem massively invested in making the game difficult in that way. A spore kid with buddies on each side should be saturated with normal flour and safe. I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Spore Kid gives off way more spores than Buddy gives floral scent. Ah. So it's possible they've thought about that then. Yeah, you could definitely lock it in. Let's make pickled meal, just so we can make the food last longer. Yeah, we can make all of these. This is fine. No frost buns, though. No making any frost buns. Thank you. We learnt that last time when I built a whole sleetweed farm and then didn't have any sleetweed. It was a bit awkward. Let's have a look at our new printables. Researching, tidying and building. Not very exciting. No. No. No, no, no. Copper ore it is. Oh, we've got some meat. Excellent. We can make some barbecue. That'll be nice. Have we learnt about fridges now? Oh, we have learnt about fridges. Excellent. This one, I'd like to keep pinch of pepper nuts, bristleberries, meal lice, meat, mushrooms, spindly grub fruits. Exuberant on Thimblereed is silly. Thimblereed already grows so fast. Didn't know you could do it on the Thimblereed, but that is certainly pretty cool. And in here, I would like us to keep nutrient bars, pickled meal, muckroot, also other things once we learn about them. Neo has a skill point. It's going to be tricky, Neo. I think you need to have field research first. Alright then, Casa. Enjoy your walk home. I hope it is pleasant. How are we doing? Skills. Soon. Soon. Goes from once every 2 cycles to 2 every cycle. We have eaten something that is not raw. Excellent. And we've done something else. What was the other one? Oh, was it red light, green light? Which we'd already done, but I didn't bother to look at. Why did I get a Steam achievement? I'm playing on a different account. Is why I got a Steam achievement for it, Nematrack. I didn't think that Streamlabs caught the pop-ups. But apparently it does. Right, what else can we do? Let's do some more digging. I would like to do some digging in this direction, because that's definitely going to be worthwhile. So let's start some digging over here. Because there is renewable water. It might be hot, but it's renewable. Also, there's a bunch of coal that we're digging through, and algae, both of which are useful. Ah, excellent. The carbon dioxide has been moved out of there. Yes, because I messed around with people's hats and what they were going into, we were a little bit slow in being able to get out through the abyssalite. Which is, yes, largely my own fault there. Are you not cramped? You are cramped. Oh, we would like to put this up to a 6, and this up to a 6. And I would actually like to deconstruct this one now. Let's move all of that stuff over into our new food storage malarkey. Might also help us not have the shine bugs eat the bristle blossoms. It is such a problem. You want the shine bugs there to grow your bristle blossoms, but then they just eat the bristle blossoms. Don't throw the food into the thing. God damn it. Oh, Joni Benoni has a skill point. Excellent. Unfortunately, you're the one who's going to go this way. I'm going to give you some improved carry, because you're going to become a mechatronics engineer first. So lead chips eater, nearly there. Oh, what are you doing now? That's why they grow the bristle blossoms, to eat them. You're the one stealing the crops they're farming. I mean, I suppose there's a certain amount of truth in that. Nematrack. Oh, I see, there's not very much oxygen up here. I mean, it is fair that we could possibly... Why don't we have a little oxygen production there as well? Seems reasonable. So, yes. This cold biome's quite big. So at least we'll be able to cool oxygen, if we can make it. I'm sort of hoping that that might be cool slush. But we'll have to see. How close are you, lead chips? Pretty close now. Like, this is literally set on a 9, so get on it, somebody. Let's look at the priorities. Nicola. I think, Nicola, you might have to have some extra life support as well. I think toilet cleaning is life support. Errands. Oh no, it's tidying. There we go. Nicola is apparently sleeping. But yes, apparently it's tidying. Cleaning is tidying, delivering dirt is life support. Ah. Oh, that's cool. They super productive cleaned the outhouse, which is pretty good because that's quite a long job otherwise. Lead chips has a skill point. Super hard digging. Right, now we can start to get into the other biomes. Also, to build a little coal generator up here so we can fill this pit with carbon dioxide. It's going to make their cooking lives a bit complicated, but what are you going to do? I know, it's been a little bit slow. But we're getting there, Let's learn about aquatuners, and then I would like to learn about metal refinery. And we'd like to start learning about these things. Excellent. What have we filled this with? Apparently we have lots of pickled meal. Oh no, we have lots of muckroot. That's what we have lots of. Excellent. So yeah, this is, it's actually going alright. It feels like it's a bit slow, but actually I think it's going fine. I wonder if we should put lead chips eater up on... If we look at their priorities, I wonder if we should put them up on digging. So they slightly prioritize the digging, since there's a lot of digging that only they can do. I think we might want to do that. And that's fine. So this literally only exists, let's put the gas one on, because I want to fill this with carbon dioxide. Once this is filled with carbon dioxide, we're going to deconstruct this coal generator again. Right, I am going to want some deodorizers just around here to deal with anything that might get through. Nothing should get through, but just in case. Let's be prepared. And then I want a chat. Am I being blind? Yes. Yes, I am being blind. Hello, Tigrex. Welcome in today. We are about to break into our second biome. I'm just preparing so that we don't completely what's it all the dupes. Poison them with slime lung, mostly. That's the what's it I was thinking of. Right, let's put some water in there. We'll probably need to enable the auto bottle. I don't think we have any water knocking about randomly. We have some duplicate skills. Amelia. Do I want you to have critter ranching too? I'm not sure I really care about critter ranching too right now. I think instead we'll give you some improved carry. Lovely, and we're just going to keep an eye on this for when it fills up. Are these getting some sand in them? It looks like they are. Alright, let's get going on that. And then we can break in to the other side of this. And build them a little checkpoint. It's nearly done. How are you doing? You're still idle. Well, we'd like to tap into that because that'll be some renewable power, which will be nice. And then after in here, I think up. I think we want to look at this, come up to the side of this, so we can see what's going on. Printables. Let's have a look at what we've got here. Omelets, I mean, potentially. Researching, building, and farming. Now, I'm not having somebody who can't dig. I don't have enough people to allow somebody who cannot dig. So I think no, I think we'll just take the omelets. Alright, so I would like you to add omelets into there as a thing that you can hold. And additionally, there was something else I was thinking of, but I don't know what it was now. How are we getting on here? Is somebody doing this? Yes, Nicola is on their way. I was vaguely tempted to break into this one and use this, but I'd really like to clear this out of the bottom of my ladder, ideally. Quite frankly, so there is that. We appear to have some gases stuck here, so we might want to build through the other side there. Which water have we got here? Yeah. Look, there's nearly 1,000 kilos in this tile. Ah, excellent. So it looks like we need just one more, and that should shove that in there quite nicely. Thank you. One liquid lock achieved. The dupes will get wet and they will be grumpy about it, quite frankly. But such is the way of life. Let's deconstruct that. I'd also like to build one of these just over there. And then we're going to have a little thing there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, time to start digging. Oh, hang on. Hang about. I've made a tactical error, which is I haven't actually got them to build the suit dock. So let's cancel just that for a minute. Excellent. So now when they come back, they should put on their oxygen masks, which was the whole point of having oxygen masks. Not so they could just come wandering in here regardless. There we go, lead chips eater. Very well done. Excellent. Let's put this up to a 6. I'm not going to bother clearing all of this out of its polluted oxygen yet. We'll just keep it on this side of the liquid lock to begin with. But now our dupes can start heading over here to dig this out for us. Lovely. Can you show your overall map? Of course I can, Mini Cook. This is very new. We're only at cycle 25. So this is what we know of the map. Here is our little base. In our base we have bedrooms, toilets, great hall, kitchen, some farming, some power. We know there's a cool steam vent over here. We know there's something up here. We know there's a natural gas vent here. And that's most of what we know. Our star map so far looks like this. So these are the geysers that we know we will have. I'm not very excited about them. Though it is nice to have natural gas. And we are breaking into our second biome right now and starting to dig this out. And the reason we wanted to come in here and dig this out is because once we have, I want to use all this polluted water to start refining some metals, ideally. So we've got the duplicants in their little masks, doing some work in here. We're going to keep dupe counts quite low because I want to do a nomadic playthrough where I'm going to launch literally all of my duplicants off-world when it's time to go. Once we've dug this world out, set up any automated generators or anything like that we can do. So power generation, water use, all of that. We're going to automate as much of it as we possibly can. And then we're going to launch the duplicants to the next planet. And we're going to continue doing that through the map, with any luck. That's the plan, anyway. As I've been saying, I haven't planned this out very clearly. So, I mean, who knows how that will go. I was just like, yeah, this will be fine. This is not a massively unusual way for me to approach things. But it gives you the excitement of, no, the star map isn't infinite. There is an end to the star map. There's, what is it, 9 planetoids, I think. So you don't mind slime, right? It's always interesting how people handle it in different ways. I do not mind the slime. I have decided to use oxygen masks. I used to be a massive advocate of just spamming deodorizers everywhere, but with the introduction of them having power requirements, I now think the oxygen masks are probably the way to go. We will, at some point, set up a big row of deodorizers to slowly clean this out, but not yet. And yeah, there's going to be like 9 planetoids. Some of them are pretty unlivable, so I mean, who knows how we're going to manage that. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun, just like launching ourselves off to potter around. I would like it if the duplicants could attempt to not get themselves stuck. Oxygen masks are really useful now, much better than 2 to 3 months ago, so I am told. I didn't get the DLC until, I think, just before the Breath of Fresh Air update on the main branch. So a lot of the early problems that people had with oxygen masks I didn't really experience. It certainly took me a little while to get into them, though, Frem and Kuru. Just because, you know, change and all of that. But the fact I have to pay for my deodorizers has definitely meant that I would... Oh, we apparently can't see that Paku fillet yet. That I would definitely like to... use the oxygen masks a bit more. Also, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I do love the early game of ONI. Just watching them build and potter around. But yes, because we're keeping dupe counts low, that does mean that we're not progressing the fastest. I'd really like to dig this out. Let's have a little dig across here. Till the revamp, they've just thrown away masks with 9 kilograms of oxygen left there, and that was it. Never used again. I heard that from Ankura. It sounded terrible. And I think also for quite a long time I was like, I don't understand why you wouldn't just go straight for Atmo suits, because anything that you desperately need oxygen masks for, you'd probably use Atmo suits. But then, you know, the way they work now makes them reasonable for doing things like this. You know, the little bit of, oh, I just want to explore a slime biome and all of that. I still think their use cases are quite limited. But definitely on the Terra map, I found them pretty useful. I can't remember. I think we did use them on the swamp start, but I can't remember what we used them for on the swamp start. And I certainly got a bit more spammy with my deodorizers on the swamp start. This is going okay. Right, I assume that, yeah, there's plenty of carbon dioxide in there. So let's disable this. We'll leave it there for now, because it's not doing any harm, but we will disable it so that they don't keep burning coal for no reason. Lovely. I would like to put Pacu fillets in there. And we'll no, not Pacu fillets in there. We will certainly make them into cooked fish. Thank you. Should that be an option? And now chlorine and hydrogen cause red eye or itchy eye debuff and can be controlled with masks. I thought they the masks didn't actually stop them getting the eye things. That was my understanding, but maybe I am incorrect about that. I mean, why did you take that off and then put it back on? But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. But I thought they didn't actually interact with the itchy eye debuffs. Which I must admit I think is another strike against them. I wouldn't swear to it, Fremenkuru. Maybe someone else could chime in if someone knows what's going on here. We not filling up the coal generators. I mean, we definitely have sufficient coal because you managed to fill this up, didn't you? What are you all doing? Last time I tried them, gas masks definitely didn't protect from itchy eyes. Fair enough. No, nobody wants to fill up this. What is this task? Errands. Operating or supplying? I have an operator. In fact, I have several operators that should all be attracted to that job. Why does nobody even have an errand for that? I go to bed. Tomorrow I will come see you again. Thank you very much, Mini Kook. Have a lovely sleep, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have I set these at some stupid... Oh, yes. I've set these at some stupidly high priority. That's what's going on. Let's stop doing that. Thanks. And then we can go and do things like actually fill up our coal generators. That will be nice. Printables. Have we got a good one? No. So, because I want to keep dupe numbers low, that means I want them all to have 3 interests, so none of these are any good. We are going to take some curative tablets, which we might need because obviously we got some food poisoning in the clean water. Because of course we did. Right, is someone filling up this? Yes. Joni Benoni is coming. It also looks like Neo is coming as well to fill up the coal generators. Excellent. Very well done. How are we doing for time? Okay. I'm going out this evening, so I'm going to have to call it a day in about 30 minutes or so. Right, this is going alright, so let's build another one. That'll be fine. And then we'd like to chop this out as well. I don't want the fish to get stuck behind here. I want them to continue pouring down here. Because one of the ways that we'll be able to have half decent food here, even without anybody cooking or anything like that, if we need, is to do infinite paku. Because the paku fillets are what is this? A decent food? It's +4 the decent food, I think it is. But yeah, this is going alright. And then we're going to come up this way. Oh look, there's more slime up here as well. So if we come straight up here, we could dig all of this stuff out and come then straight into this slime biome as well as letting this polluted water down into here. So that would be pretty good. So we might just carry on going straight up. I wonder if that slime biome will eventually just match up with this one. And that would be alright. And we can do loads of digging just through this liquid lock. It might well do, and that would give us a way into this. Interesting. For me, the radiation and waste are really exciting. No point to build a sour gas boiler anymore and become the cheapest energy source for space travel. I have only touched the surface of radiation, so we might do a bunch of stuff with radiation, because any sort of petroleum or sour gas boiler is going to be really difficult for us to build, because there is no way to make oil dupe interaction free. Well, that's not entirely true. You've got slicksters. You've got wild slicksters that you could potentially use, but it's very difficult to make oil dupe interaction free. So as we want to make as much stuff as we possibly can dupe interaction free, I think that radiation might well play a much bigger part in this playthrough than it has in my previous playthroughs. Also, I haven't really done that much with it, so I'd also like to play with it more. I've not built a reactor yet. We built some rad rockets in the previous game, but I haven't built a reactor or anything like that yet, and I would quite like to. So that's definitely on the list of things that might be cool to build today. Well, not today, but in this playthrough, as we expand and learn new things. I think I'd also like to do some steam magma power, so some magma powered steam turbines from the things at the bottom. Because again, I've been using them for petroleum boilers, but the whole, again, with the oil issue. So I think we might like to do some power from steam, powered by magma. That might be cool. I love the Sweetles. I love their legs. Oh look, there is a puffed. We have found a puffed. I thought there was normally one in the slime biomes. There is indeed a puffed. We were talking about them earlier and considering using them for sort of oxygen generation and stuff like that. It's certainly an idea, because we can, if we want, take all of our eggs and things with us to other planets. So we could take puffs and like outhouses and make morbs and all of that sort of jazz. Might be fun. You're going to have to consider what sort of rockets we use for that bit quite carefully, because we'll probably want, as soon as you find out a reactor with a cooling solution and then waste products is giving you precious radiation that can be used for so many things. I really love it. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt, of course. Well, so is everything in ONI. I mean, it's all designed that it may break. Things are not really designed to be perfect in ONI, which is good, I think. But yes, I'll definitely be looking into reactors, I think, a bit more. But this is going, yeah, this is going quite well. How are we doing for our, oh no, we don't have that high power use. I think I might be tempted to just start cleaning this up. And the way we're going to do that is we're just going to build some deodorizers along here, and we'll put a power line down here. Just so that we can start to clean up the atmosphere. I really like this idea in ONI. You can make a lot of things, but all of them will be slow and messy. Yeah, pretty much. I think I'd say twitchy as much as anything else. It seems to really have a built-in way of making everything just not quite perfect, so that, you know, you move something very slightly and everything falls over. But it certainly keeps you interested into the later game. I mean, in the last couple of playthroughs, we have had many episodes of entering the machines where something we've built has started to fall over, and we've needed to get the dupes back in there to try and fix it. But that can be exciting, because then you have to think of the solutions for how you get in. Excuse me. Without just creating more of a disaster than if you left it as it was. Thank you, Fremenkaru. Starvation. I mean, we have 110,000 calories. Possibly, people could do with an extra downtime slot. I will allow that maybe everybody needs an extra downtime slot. Quite frankly. think it's reasonable. Usually once we start into the second biome, extra downtime slots are worthwhile. I'm just gonna make this like work all the time. So remind me, chat, that when we find a duplicate that's like constantly starving or sleeping in random places, it's probably that I haven't bothered to put them on a new schedule. Because that is the whole point of that it's a way of remembering that you might need to put people on schedules. I don't know what everyone's binging about. Maybe they're all hungry, but we should work that out. Suffocating, maybe. Could be that as well. How are we getting on here? Slowly but surely we're building these. Which will help us have some nice fresh air in here. Is that my door? I think that might be my door. Oh, yes. Right. Let's get these going. And then the duplicates can get back to digging this out. So what we're going to do when we've dug all this out is we're going to try and pool all the water somewhere. I might try and pool it. Can I do? Yes. We could chop this off and pool it all down here. And then we can try and do some metal refinery just down there, which will be nice. Saving us some resources, especially because we don't have any metal volcanoes or anything like that here. We're going to have to make do with the metals we have. Apparently we have not learnt about any more cooked foodstuffs. Did we never pick up that pacu fillet? Oh, I know what we're doing. Consumables. You're back from your nap, Nematrek. Let's stop eating the raw stuff. That is the problem here. That I forgot to tell them that they couldn't eat the raw stuff. I hope you had a lovely nap, Nematrek. Okay, that's going fine. Let's have a look at our... Yeah, it's still quite carbon dioxide-y in here. We can always turn it... Nobody's ever turned this off or given it any coal by the look of it. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Shu. And Nematrek for the stretch. I am not a good nap person. I do not find napping a straightforward thing to do, unfortunately. Excellent. But yeah, this is going well. The duplicates aren't too unhappy about it. They're a little bit unhappy about napping as a core fundament of your persona. Yeah, no, unfortunately napping is not something I do. Going to sleep in general is not something that I do very well. And staying asleep is something that I do reasonably well, which doesn't really lead to napping. I barely sleep longer than 4 hours at any time, so naps are basically mandatory. That seems entirely reasonable, Emily. But yeah, no, I have the opposite problem. That once I get to sleep, it's alright. I can stay asleep. But getting to sleep, that's a thing. Well, you know what time it is, don't you, chat? It's definitely time for Paku. Off you go, Paku. Thank you. Oh no, they're eating everything. God damn it. God damn it. Sweep. Sweep. Sweep urgently. The goddamn Paku are eating everything. Now that I'm in home office, a little nap here and there changes my day. Bloody Paku. Right, well hopefully we won't queue up any more building for a little bit. We'll just let them do some sweeping here. Have we got anywhere for them to sweep stuff into? They can still sweep stuff up to there, so that'll be fine. But yes, it would be great if you could pick this stuff up. We'll leave this for a minute and come back to it when the Paku are not eating everything. I'm the type of person that closes their eyes and passes out. No, I'm definitely not. I have had several partners who were like that, and I used to tease them that they were largely like a dolly. You know those dollies that you had when you were kids that once you lie them down, their eyes closed, and yeah, they're mostly like that. Lie them down and sleeping. But that is not my life at all. I enjoy being complained to that partner can't sleep when partner has been in bed for a grand total of approximately 10 minutes. And I'm like, what? What do you mean you can't sleep? You haven't even, like, tried. Since it is not unusual for me to be in bed for, 4 hours before I actually go to sleep. I was thinking doll at first, then thought a cargo pallet with wheels kind of dolly. No, not those ones. Not those ones. Yeah, we're definitely having trouble getting anything done. I think we would like to hire a pure dog's body duplicate to run around and do all the stuff. Because we're definitely having some trouble with, yes, someone on supplying. We definitely need a duplicate to do that. Right, but they have made quite a good job of picking stuff out of here. Lovely. So now we can carry on. Let's stop building everything on a 9. I'm not entirely sure how we wound up to be building everything on a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. But there is no need for it, quite frankly. This is why I like to go for 16 dupes, 1 for each job type. Oh, you mean across here? I mean, what's the point of having someone on attacking all the time? Yeah, no. I definitely don't do that. Even when I have loads of dupes, I wouldn't do that. Quite frankly. Puffed, get out the way, don't get drowned. I mean, you are a flying critter. Well, not counting attacking, fair enough. I was thinking, like, why would you ever care about attacking? Here we go. Let's build some of these. Puffs can be so dumb. All the critters can be so dumb. Purple Nicks. As I say, essentially, Pacu have the best AI in the game. Which, I mean, doesn't really say that much. All the other critters can be very dumb. I wouldn't speak ill of the slugs. I mean, they do have a remarkable AI for finding any metal that you might have left lying about the place. Certainly. Let's chop that off. Oh, they do form balls. I mean, that's definitely true. But now we know the trick to getting rid of the Pacu balls. Don't you remember that someone came into the chat and taught us that if you just have a block and you wave it at the Pacu, they move out of their Pacu ball? I was really impressed with that. That was an excellent piece of knowledge from a viewer that we got there. Oh no. Chat. Apparently I haven't got the disable auto repair on. Ugh. I had to reload all my mods because of playing on a different account, and apparently I have not set them up properly to disable auto repair. I wonder what I'm missing. Oh, nuts. That's going to be annoying. I'm going to have to find it. That's got a thing in it, so let's dig it out and see what it is. I know the dupe who delivers algae keeps breathing out in my oxygen room. It's kind of always going to happen, isn't it? I was aware that this would be a problem. How did you manage that? There you go. How'd you get lead chips, eater? Don't stop to wave to people. I'm thinking an auto sweeper in that room is better than a duplicate. Yes, I think they can. Yes, but to be honest, this is quite a you like to call them oxygen confusers. This is going to be quite a temporary thing anyway, so I'm not massively worried. These poor dupes work at Amazon. Oh, what? They're only allowed out in absolutely vital circumstances. I don't know about that, you know. Right. What do we want to learn about next? Probably like to learn about that, to be honest. And then maybe desalinators. We will have cool slush. HVACs. Sure. That should do for a bit. Oh no, actually. No time to wave to people. No time to pee. Only productivity. Indeed. I've discovered a mutant seed. Oh, because the shine bugs. Of course, the shine bugs are giving us radiation. So there's a problem with this, isn't there? That, oh, well, we'll just have to leave it there for a bit. Because you can't put them in bins. Or is that fixed? Because I was under the impression that that if you put your mutant seeds in a bin, they would cease to be mutant seeds. I don't know if chat knows if that has been fixed. I need to analyse them before I can store them. That has been fixed. So it will remain mutant forevermore, even if I accidentally sweep it somewhere. That would be nice. Right, try not to fall down again. Well, it's just the first one time to test it. Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily sweeping right now. I was just wondering whether we could put it in a specific bin. Ah, yes, I had learnt that, Spoonwood. I think one of the early games we did in the DLC, I tried to go permanent Atmo suits and discovered that such things no longer work. Oh, there's no way to separate it out, though, is there? There's no way to sweep for... What's it? You can use the decontamination. Nobody uses the decontamination shower. I mean, that is completely clear. Yes, we are going to improve your art, Nicola. How are we getting on here? Pretty well. Pretty well. Neo has a skill point. I know, nobody seems to like it. Do we want to go material study or astronomy? I think we're going to go to material study first. Excellent. We now have to pay the bills. There we are. I don't know how I'd make them use the shower after going to the bathroom and before eating, though. Do they not have to use the showers if they walk past them? If the seed is exposed to at least 50 rounds a cycle, it has a bit over a 3% chance for mutation. After mutated, it will never change back, stored or not. Thank you very much, Fremen Crew. Works like the sinks. When they pass it in the designated direction, they use it. I thought that was true. Let's deconstruct these. Thank you. Radiation is a spaced out thing, Ralph Feren. I don't think they bothered to introduce it in the base game harmonization bits. That would be showers in both directions unless I messed with my door. Chips did it again? Where? Did they throw themselves down somewhere? Because they seem to have escaped. Oh, never mind. They almost did it again. Fair enough. I'm glad it's only almost. Oh, they were on the other side of that tile they just deconstructed. I mean, that's pretty standard. Pretty standard duplicate behavior, I would say. Can duplicants plan? Duplicants! Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately for all of us who play ONI, that is completely true. Sing. Alright, you lot, let's get this finished. There's some slime over there. Stick that out. So, what have we learnt about this? Not a lot. We only know that there's still wasteland down there. We learnt anything about up? Not really. But we definitely are going to dig up into this wasteland, I think, next. And over here somewhere we're going to build a bunch of refinement. How are we doing with the germs? Huh? As you can see, they die very slowly, but they do die. Printables. Let's have a look. Anyone good? No. I like the way that it seems like the game is just like putting the numbers up on all of these. They're like, look, these are 9s and 10s. From plant mutations, my favourite two is the lycy and the exuberant. Extra yield for maximum extra materials. I have not yet examined any of them, but I do look forward to that happening. You can do the nature reserve right under the main water source. We could do, but this is macro, which I don't know if we'd want to dig up, but possibly. Possibly. The not having pips is definitely a thing. Exuberant doesn't actually give yield, it's important to know, on the faster growing plants that you actually use some of the benefit from the time it takes to harvest them. I mean, but you don't have to harvest them. I mean, that's one of the advantages of the faster yield plants. And we might actually get into some of that. Because obviously if they grow faster, you can let them self-harvest and, you know, your time still goes down. Still worth it. I think I in general agree. Yes. But self-harvest is still 4 cycles. Indeed, but if they grow faster, if they reach full growth faster, then they are reaching the point where they begin the 4-cycle self-harvest faster, aren't they? There you go. You see, we're starting to clear out some of this oxygen. It's better to have the juicy fruit that self-harvests immediately. Oh, that's interesting. That might be a what's it for us to get into. On this playthrough, since we want to cut down dupe interaction, immediate self-harvest might be a thing. Ah, I see. We will see. What's up with the toilets? Nobody is cleaning them again. I mean, what bit of do this on a 9 are people not getting? Nicola, isn't it supposed to be your job to do this on a 9? Yeah. Right, you lot. Get on it. Oh my lord, Nematrek. Stop. There's no need to be quite so wedded to this idea. It's fine. We've had plenty of runs where we've done things where we've just been like, look, we have so much labour, we might as well. I mean, what are your dupes for, if not to actually do the work? Nicola is too busy expressing themselves, according to Clay. Could be true. Right, this apparently is fixed. No. Oh, right, do that one. This one can go back to a 9. I got dupes to clean the toilets. Excellent. I'm not entirely convinced it should be quite that difficult to achieve, but apparently it is. I mean, we don't have very much stuff that's super important for them to do. Like, I barely have a 7. But we still can't get them to do it. Oh, no, I can't cope with the noise, Nematrek. Right then. I have to go. I have to go out. Oh. And meet a friend. Bristle blossom juicy fruit mutation drops on floor on ripening. Excellent. We will be back with more of this on Wednesday. It is Monday, right? Yes. We will be back with more of this on Wednesday. Tomorrow we will be back with our Don't Starve playthroughs, where we are currently on a record 18 days or something. So I hope to see you all for that. And indeed, thank you for the follow, Fremen crew, for more ONI in a couple of days. I stream Mondays to Saturdays at 3 PM British Summer Time. We're currently doing alternating ONI and Don't Starve. That'll be going on for the rest of the month, really. I have updated my schedule to show which days which games are on. Would you believe it? Wonders will never cease. Thank you all so much for being here. It's been a lovely, busy stream, which is amazing. As I say, the best thing that you can currently be doing to support the channel is to be here watching and to encourage everyone you know to come and watch me as well, because, you know, what else are they doing with their daytimes or night times or afternoons or whatever time it happens to be where you are. If you would like to offer some extra support, though, you can subscribe. Subscriptions have just been made cheaper in most of the non-North American world. Or you can subscribe with Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming, which is free if you already have those things. There is a donation link underneath the channel if you would like to do that, but anything is very appreciated, as I say, especially your presence here. Let's have a look. Let's go and... Is this actually working? Let's go and raid Queer Company. They are playing Minecraft. They gave us an excellent raid a little while ago, and I would like to return the favour. So let's send a little raid over their way, and I will see you all again tomorrow. Let me sort out a raid. I mean, there we are. Also, we get to watch a bit of Minecraft. So I hope you will join me on this raid. Say hi to Queer Company for me. Apologise that I have to run out. And enjoy some Minecraft. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow.
Consequences for the actions mean the after dark. Yeah. Look, I just feel like I'm hilarious and y'all don't respect my comedy.